Hi, friends. So, I'm having some trouble trying to get Dead by Daylight. I don't know if my wallet's in here. Let's see. You guys can't see anything, so. Hi, Flower. How are you today? Also, hi, Super Fan. Hi, Pisces. Yes, KJ. Also, how are you? Also, I love your hair. If you guys haven't seen KJ's hair, you guys should totally go look at it. Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, lay it on me. I think this is my account. I have a code. Sorry, I'm like talking out loud. No, other ways to sign in. Yes, Windows security key. What is your fave kind of Pop Tart? That depends. Sometimes it varies between s'mores and the cookies and cream. But did you answer them? Super fan. Yeah, s'mores is pretty good. But how are you guys today? Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to see if I have a code for Thomas Andrews and Freddie Mercury. Interesting. Please elaborate because those are two totally different people. And I don't think they're in the same um cinnamon brown sugar. That is the snack I got. Ooh. Yeah, Freddie Mercury and Thomas Andrews are like not on the same level. Please elaborate why you would choose them both for dinner. Or not to have, not to eat for dinner, but to, have over or like invite them for dinner. Also, I joined the Bat Colony. Yay! What else? What else? Oh, we're eating people? I didn't know it was that kind of stream. Well, it depends. It depends. We could go porn star or we could do Hannibal Lecter. I'm gonna say Hannibal Lecter. I'm trying to see. Did you do everything that you were supposed to? Menace. Yeah, okay. I've always been a huge fan, huge history buff when it comes to Titanic stuff, so chatting with the designer of the ship would be amazing. Ah, okay. I'm like, those are two very different people. I'm trying so hard not to cross my fucking legs. I've I've created a divot at the top of my knees because I put so much pressure on them. I know we all have divots on our legs, but mine are more pronounced because I like to crisscross my legs and I can't do that. And so I'm putting it on the bar of my desk and it hurts my feet, but I'm gonna do it anyway. But yeah, I will give you VIP for the week. Super fan, but I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm still trying to figure out how the fuck. How did this? Okay, those expired. I know that. Add a way to pay. Everything's taken off my PayPal and I don't remember. Cross my legs. I still do it even though it hurts. Ooh, I feel that. I feel like Freddie Mercury had a big hope for the future. Obviously, he was taken from us. Like, I agree that he's taken from us a little too early. But also, I learned that I'm not sure if it was his a little like history fact, if you don't know it. I learned that people had asked for him to fix his teeth, and he said no. And I'm assuming this is just from what I know. I'm assuming it's because when you change the pattern of your teeth, you also change the um how you sound, whether it's singing or talking. So he never fixed his teeth. He just had big teeth. But that also gave him the vibrato that he had when he sang. And it would have. It would have. Oh, I got scared. I was like, who is that? Who is that? I forgot that I added a bunch of stuff today in Mix It Up Bot and in Stream Elements. Hi, baby. The shape of his jawbones as well. Ooh, also, we have another history nerd in here. Sometimes we go back and forth and scare each other with all the things that we know. Um, what was I saying? I added some stuff to Stream Elements and Mix It Up Bot, and that's what took up most of my time. That's why I'm not wearing makeup or a wig. I mean, makeup meaning I don't have face makeup on. I have my eyes done, my eyebrows done, but I'm also missing a light, if you can't tell. There's a lot of stuff happening today, and it's only Thursday. Yeah, I got scared. I was like, who the fuck is in my stream and a moderator that I don't remember moderating? It was Stream Elements, and I added a fucking new timer and I forgot about it. Babe, if you're listening, two things. I want a snack, and I love history. I like the new 60-meter chamber and the Great Pyramid at Giza. Super awesome. Ooh, I know nothing about that. Babe, if you could get me a snack and get me my wallet, because Xbox blah, I can't talk. Xbox Game Pass needs to be paid. I don't think he can hear me. So yesterday after work, I filmed a video for like YouTube and I didn't edit it because I was so fucking tired. And then I've been playing off stream. I've been playing. Yes, you get VIP. Have a snack. I don't want that snack. Mm. But this is all I've this the other, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I want a snack. I don't want this. It's too sweet. Wait a minute. You got. Yeah, I'll give it to you tomorrow. And then from Friday to tomorrow. No, I want real food. I've had 3 little biscuit things for breakfast. And then 2 of those neutral bars or whatever. And I have not had a whole lot of food today, so it's probably why I'm super grumpy and like super down too. Yeah, I'll give it to you Friday, and then you'll have it to use until next Friday. Super fan. Okay. Pay now. Let's use a different card. I have so many cards on here, it's not even fucking funny. Oh, sweet. I didn't need my wallet after all. Could have made me some ramen or something, but no. See how it is. Okay. Great. Can I play it now? Yay. Okay. That scared me actually. I was like, I didn't fart. No pun intended. Okay, Jay. God, we gotta play fucking. I feel like I need a redo. I feel like I need a redo. I feel like I need a redo for Among Us. I feel very robbed because the whole entire time I I struggled. I struggled. So I'm just waiting for it to load in. Out of 10 and tell me why. Dead by Daylight. I work tomorrow. It depends on what time. It depends on what time. Okay, it's not showing anything, and I knew it was gonna do this. Dead by Daylight. If you like hide and seek, Pacific Standard. If you like hide and seek and scary games, this is for you. I want to give it like an 8 out of 10. The two reason why I give it 8, um, I give it an 8 because one, as a survivor, you could very well, you need comms. This game does not have comms for survivors. You're just kind of like on your own. Um, I'll have friends. That's how I feel. Oop, I caught myself trying to cross my leg. That's how I feel when it comes to. Give me a second. Teleport. Yeah, teleport's working. Hmm. 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 I sound like a Minecraft villager. Um, I feel like this game could use a little more for the killers as far as perks and stuff go. I personally, why isn't this working? I can't hear anything or see anything. Um, People say it's toxic. I don't feel like it's toxic. The only toxic, because there's no comms. The only toxic part that I personally think that could be um a thing would be people DCing whenever they see the killer that they don't like. Players DCing, oh yeah, players DCing when they see killers they don't like, or killers DCing when they're not getting their way, or what is it? What is it? It's I forgot the word. People have been talking about it at least recently on Twitter. Uh, what was it? It's on the tip of my fucking tongue, and I can't figure it the fuck out. Why can't I hear anything? Dead by Daylight has never done this to me, and this is the first time it has, and now it's pissing me off. You're pissing me off. Um, I guess it's generator camping or gen camping or something, or tunneling a player. But it's like, here, let me quit this. Ooh, that's why I just heard it pop up on the fucking. Give me a sec. Steam, go away. I don't know why you're open. Are you with Xbox? Okay. People are like, oh, they're tunneling me. You're tunneling one person in the entire game. The When you're a killer, the name of the game is to hook 4 players and not let them escape. Simple. You do what you have to do in order to hook 4 people. And it's not necessarily just hooking 4 people, but it's also hooking 4 people to the point where they get taken or they die, or you can kill them. It's um it's just how the game is played, and a lot of people are like, oh well, I need to escape every single match. It's like, no, you don't. You don't need to escape and win every match. Anybody who escapes through the gate, or the or hatch, it's a win for your entire team. But it's like, not everybody has to escape. Not everybody has to win. Like, that's you know it's just like every, hold on, audio, okay, medium, true peak, fast decay rate, apply. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why I couldn't hear goddamn anything. Yeah, and like you can type in chat after the match is over, but I've never had anybody call me anything. I'm very, I wouldn't say privileged because I have been harassed before, but not with Dead by Daylight. Um, it's just I've never, as a killer or as a survivor, I've never had anybody like say anything bad. I have had people tease me in game where they're like, excuse me, they're like crouching, the kill, crouching at me like, haha, you couldn't get me, or haha, I got unhooked. But I don't really consider that toxic. If we're talking about like quote unquote toxic, I'm thinking, if you're telling me this game's toxic, I'm thinking about Call of Duty, not, you know, not like, oh well, I didn't get to escape this match, and I didn't get to do this, that, and the third. I just find it very childish that people are calling it that. They're calling it toxic because I didn't get to escape, or because I didn't get to do a 4K or even a 2K or anything. And instead of saying kill, it's 4K, 4 kill, 2 kill, or even one person. It's just a fucking game, and like, okay, sorry, I'm like trying to figure out audio issues and it's really bothering me. This is this is something that happens all the fucking time. What is a good stream though without audio problems? And normally I'd be able to hear it. Okay, I heard that. Thank you for the follow, Emonauts. Sorry, I'm like trying to play Dead by Daylight and it's not working. So bear with me. I'm also like complaining about people complaining that this game is super toxic. I'm trying not to cross my legs. I've got these bad divots in my fucking above my knees. But yeah, we're trying to figure out how to oh, that's why it was disabled. Whoopsie. Is that the one I use? Or is it this one? Nope, it's this one. Can we hear it now? That's the problem. But yeah, this game is not as toxic as people make it out to be. There we go. Yay, we can hear things. Um, I personally don't think it's um that toxic, like at all. But it's something toxic to me is not going to be toxic to somebody else, and vice versa. It's just a game. I need to check something really, really quick on my phone, so just give me like a minute and we'll play. Okay, I figured it out. This is what's gonna happen. Okay. Oh, now my water's warm. It was like right next to my computer. Oh well. Okay. I'll just scoot everything around. I did get homework done today. If that's not something that you guys care about, I don't care. I have had, really quick before we start playing, art history and my new job. So my new job, like I said, I was gonna explain it to you guys today. I it is in-home healthcare services. So, well, it says social services, so it's like a government. It's kind of like a government. um, a government job, but not necessarily. Like we get the same benefits as, you know, a regular job. Um, but we're covered in case, you know, anything happens to us. And each week is different, and it kind of bothers me because I like a set schedule, but the person that I'm caring for, she's a little old lady. Um, she's like, you know, just come by when you can. I have, you know, she's she's got family that lives with her, but sometimes they're not capable of taking to her, you know, to her appointments, whatever. And that's, you know, that's totally fine. That's understandable. But at the same time, it's like I need, you know, I need somebody to tell me like, okay, you need to be here on this day, this day, this day, and that's it. I don't do weekends, thank God. Um, but at the same time, it's like I would love to at least, you know, have. Wow, I might just switch over to my my headset because this is really bothersome. They don't want to stay in my ear. Um, you know, but I need a set schedule. So typically I see her on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. There'll be times where she'll probably need me the entire week, and there'll sometimes she'll need me just a couple of days. So hopefully this schedule that I have, Monday, Thursday, and Saturday, um, works. Because if it doesn't, I'm gonna fucking freak out. Now, not really, but it's just like, you know, you gotta give and take somewhere. I so for school, I am going to Full Sail University online for um game development. And this month, and I think the next month, are two classes where I don't have to model anything. I don't have to do shading and lighting. I don't have to do anything like that on the computer. And I'm like, that's great. But every time I get home off of work, I don't have the energy to work on uh you know, I don't have the energy to work on extra projects or my portfolio or anything like that. And it's a little, you know, disheartening because like, well, I, you know, thought I'd be able to um you know, I thought I'd be able to get something else done, but I'm so tired. And it's not like, oh, well, I'm out of shape. Oh, well, you know, you have, you know, no strength left in you because COVID. It's just, I don't. So her house is like 100 years old, and her basement, the stairs are so fucking steep. It's not like a regular slant. It's like this. It's like you're almost climbing a ladder, and it's like, how the hell do you even get down here to wash clothes, right? I it takes a lot. I mean, I'm a big girl. I'm fat. I ain't gonna lie. And, you know, in the most non-hateful um way. You know, I'm big, I know that. But at the same time, it's just like, who the fuck is gonna be climbing up and down a ladder to do fucking laundry? And the landlord they have, I think, is such an asshole. He, she was telling me like, oh yeah, this was supposed to be done. My bathroom's half finished, and it's like, you know, her and her husband are like up there in age, and like, you know, old people need to be taken care of, and this fucking landlord is not good. He is not good, and I wish that he would get poo handled really bad. If you guys don't know what poo handling is, it's when you get. Hold on. Caption. Okay, that should be working. Um, what was I saying? Oh yeah, poo handling. Poo handling is when you put poop on the underside of somebody's door handle on their car. It's I've never done it, but I've heard it being done, and I heard that it is the most wonderful, wonderful, um, sight to see. But overall, she's a nice lady. She buys me lunch whenever we go, you know, to her morning appointments, and by the time we get out, it's like 1. So with streaming, I mean, I've been trying to do shit earlier because not that, you know, it's like, oh, well, I need to reach more people. It's like you know, most of my friends are fucking East Coast, and KJ, back to that, it's just like, I have more East Coast friends than I do West Coast friends, and maybe not necessarily friends, more like streamer acquaintances, so if I ever want to do something, can't. My husband's grandmother fell and broke her freaking femur. Oh my god. My grandma does the same fucking shit. She fell trying to make the bed, and I told her that, you know, my uncle, his dog, you know, cannot be there over the weekend. Ralphie is I mean, he's old too, but like, he's a little bitch of a pug, and I love him to death, but he's a little punk. He is a little fucking punk. He will stand by her feet and like sit under her feet, and she thinks it's the cutest thing. It's like, no, that is so dangerous for you. You're like in your 80s, and she ultimately fell and hurt herself really bad. I think she like bruised a muscle to the point where, you know, it spasms. And like, I've never seen my grandma like this at fucking all, and she was like in pain, like crying and like yowling and yelping. It's like, okay, we're gonna take you to the hospital. And she's like, oh, well, I hate taking my medication and I don't want to, and I didn't tell anybody for a while because it, you know, I guess my grandpa, her husband, took her to the hospital and got medication or whatever, and she didn't allow anybody over at the house. She didn't answer my phone call, so I was like, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna go see her in the old folks home. Well, it's not even an old folks home, it's just like for a 55 and up. And so me and my husband hopped the fence because I couldn't remember the code to get in and nobody was answering, and I was freaking the fuck out. And at the time, and still now, I'm not talking to my mom. We have a no contact deal thing going on. So I'm like, okay, who the fuck can I get a hold of? We hop over the fence. We get in there, and there's no security or anything, but from outside, looking in, like off the street, it looks like someone's breaking into the the apartments. No one called the police, but it was just like in a very nice side of town, and I'm surprised that nobody did. But besides that, we go see her, and she's in a lot of pain. Take her to the hospital. And I call my uncle, and I was like, dude, do you know about any of this that's going on right now? He's like, no. Let me see, you know. And she's like, oh, well, I'll text your uncle, or I'll call your uncle. And she just wasn't taking her medication or going to therapy or using her walker. So old people are very, you know, I mean, yeah, they're resilient in certain ways, but they're very ornery, and I want to say they're very and the word is leaving me. They're very stubborn. That's the word. Yeah. I just hope I don't. Did you press enter? Don't make it to that. And I think about that a lot. You know, oh, thank you, Flower. And like, it was at the time, it was such a like weird, like such a out of body experience. Now I'm okay with it. She's fine. She's healthier. You know, she's taking her medicine like she should. There, you know, she had a lot of health problems, health problems. But yeah, but thank you for those hugs, Flower. But yeah, KJ, I hope I don't get that way either. And I think it's just a matter of, you know, watching how our parents grew up and how our grandparents and great grandparents grew up. Nobody took care of themselves because it was such a, you know, stigma to do so. Same thing with like mental and you know, emotional health too. And so it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna be that way. I'm gonna do everything that I can to take care of myself. You know, certain people and certain families don't have that opportunity, that I understand. Why am I putting this over here if it was hot in the first place? Stay there. But yeah, This lady's super old that I'm, working for, and she's super sweet. I keep forgetting I have this. I was using my mouse. She's super sweet, very nice. I don't need any of this. Let's see, what do we have? What do we have? Oh, excuse me. I taught my husband, by the way, to play Dead by Daylight. I know with the tutorial, it is infuriating. It very much is very infuriating. It's like you need to tell somebody that you're in pain or that something's going on. My dad is the same way. Um, he is an audio technician and lighting engineer, and I guess he was helping somebody set something up, and he tripped and fell over his own trailer and like injured his wrist. And I was like, why the fuck didn't you tell me? He's like, well, I didn't want to bother you, Mija. I didn't want to bother you. And I was like, you need to tell me when these things happen. I have a weird family dynamic, if you guys haven't noticed already. Um, my sister won't help him with jack shit. My stepbrother won't help him with anything. Um, and so it's just like I'm the only person that kind of understands what's going on and what needs to be done, and he refuses to ask me for help. And it's like I can take at least 5 hours out of my day or out of my week to go help you. And this was before school was like super, um, at super speed, because each month is a new semester, and with each month being a new semester, each class is like super accelerated. Something that you would do in like 6 months, you do in a month. Annoying. But besides that, it's like, Dad, I can help you. I can do something for you if if you need it. You just need to tell me. He's like, nope, didn't want to bother you. I know we live like, kind of far from each other, but it's like it's not that far. It's like I can make it out there. It's not hard. Just let me help you. Nope, I got it. Nope, I got it. Nope, so and so can help. Nope, so and so can help. And when so and so can't help, he doesn't say a damn thing. And it just makes me angry. It also makes me want to punch my sister. She's such a fucking cunt. I don't hate her. I love her. I know she's been through a lot, but at the same time, it's like, baby girl, you're still living with mommy and daddy at 26, gonna be 27 or 28. I can't fucking remember. And you're still acting like you're, a moody little fucking teenager. Get over yourself. But yeah, work is just, it's nice. I get to go, I get to travel about an hour away for this old lady's appointment. And the drive is nice. The drive is nice. Um Jake Park. Oh, I didn't want this costume. Sorry, I was like, I just realized. Oh yeah, I'm not playing killer. Yeah, but sometimes extremely frustrating. And it hurts. It's like, well, I don't understand. I need help doing this. And it's like, why does no one want to fucking help you? I want a bob. Bob a weave. Bob a weave. I want the quiet rabbit. Do these do anything? I don't think they do. Oh shit. Oops. Like there was an ex-friend of mine and my husband's. It's very, very unfortunate that the way her, father passed, but he was asking for help, and she was like very snappy and very mean to him when, he was experiencing some issues with his health. And her regret was like, I wish I would have never spoke to him like that, and saw him go down like that in front of her. And it's just like, you don't realize like how much what you say and what you do affects people, whether it's family or just some random person. This also ties into like online bullying, but for the most part it's just like you don't especially with like interpersonal relationships, you don't know how what you say and what you do is going to affect somebody in any matter. Like there'll be times where some of my friends don't want to fucking talk to me, and it's not because they're I don't this map is okay. You know, they're, you know, there is um you know, they're going through it, but they don't know how to communicate that. What are you doing? Okay. You know, you don't know what they're going through. Damn, what the fuck does he have on this generator over there? You don't know what they're going through. And it's frustrating because, like, well, you know, I want to help you, but, you know, I don't know what you want from me. And sometimes it hurts. It's, you know, it's just how it is. Please don't make me do anything. Okay, I don't know who the killer is, but it's making me quite nervous. What was that? Did you guys see that? It's over there. What is that? What is that? What is that? Fuck! That's what I get. Okay, no more fucking around. No more being sad. Dude, it was so hard trying to teach my husband how to do fucking skill checks. He's like, what is that? And kept fucking it up. I mean, it was not his fault, but like, at the same time, why are you scratching? Why are you leaving scratches? Oh shit. RB clicked. I have been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, and... Okay, that one's done. Cool beans. And to run is circle, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing wrong right now? Oh, there's something right there. Oh wait, okay, no, that was just the candelabra thing that scared me. No, but work is nice. Work is good. You know, I mean, it's 20 hours a week, but, or 20 hours, not a week. Well, I get paid every 2 weeks, so I guess 20 hours every 2 weeks. I think that's how it sums up. Somebody's being chased, aren't they? I saw somebody run by. Fuck. Okay. I'm not on my A game today. Usually I can do a gen by myself, but I am struggling. Another gen got done, cool. Hopefully they help me with this one. Also, my headset powered off, and I'm like sick and tired. Why is he running this way? Maybe he's gonna help. Maybe he's gonna help. Fuck! I'm not on my A game today. And I bet you he ran the fucking killer all the way over here. You sick fuck. Go on the other side. I'm so mad. Why did you bring him over here? Or her or them? I don't know what killer it is, so maybe they're... Fuck. I'm just so nervous who it might be, because every time... Every fucking match, I never get what I want. Shit. Okay, that was his fault, not mine. Come on, dude. Come on, please, please, please. Yeah, so this month... Okay, cool. Where is the killer, though? Yeah, this month is supposed to be pretty fucking easy. I am going to be lurking today, but I want you to know your hair looks amazing today, friend. Well, thank you, Sweet Pea. Thank you, Flower. Okay, where is the killer? Oh, there he is! Okay, fuck this guy. I don't don't know where he is. It's making me nervous. Horsey! I hate that they did this to you. Oh, you sweet little baby. Why? Why? I gotta go now. Love hanging out with you for a bit. Well, I loved hanging out with you too, KJ. Oh, Pony, why are you like this? Wait, what is behind in here? Oh. Yeah, I'm running away. Because I am... Let's go, guys. I also forgot how to run again. Oh, there it is. Yeah, fuck y'all. I ain't staying. Okay, let's figure out what the hell happened to my headset. These bitches will never stay on long enough for me. Ow! Because they're completely fucking charged. Almost dropped it. What was it? I was playing with somebody offline and they were like level 60. I don't... Oh no! Did I drop it? Did it fall? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Ah! Ow, my hair. Oh. Pairing? What do you mean pairing? Dude. Thank you for hanging out, KJ. I am, like, so mad at these things. Maybe it's because... No, my Bluetooth isn't on. Okay, pairing, pairing, pairing. What is happening? Why did it do that? These are the most annoying things in the entire world, but they work for what they're supposed to. I just have really weird ears. Yeah, this match wasn't bad. See, I don't know what the fuck people are talking about. It's gonna say peering. Okay, connected to what? Okay, connected to my fucking laptop. Just gonna leave one out. Okay. That was a quick match. I'm not picking my nose. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be a shitty match. I can already fucking tell. It's one of the players' names. I already know. I already know. Oh, I should probably ready up. So we have a Fung, we have a Dwight, and we have a William. Let's see. One day. One day. Oh, holy shit. Oh my god, I'm in a match. I'm in a match. Really quick, really quick. Really quick. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Cassie Bats. I am an alt plus size content creator and horror streamer. Today we're playing some Dead by Daylight. We're playing as a survivor. Denim, thank you for streaming. Thank you for raiding. Sorry, I'm like trying to watch the fucking match right now. I'm loading in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. If you just came in from the raid, please take a screen break, potty break, snack break, and water break. Um, oh God, what else? What else? What else? What else? Your community is safe with me, and thank you for thinking of me and raiding out to me. Okay, I need to switch back over. Okay, okay. But how was your stream? What did you? I think you were playing Final Fantasy. I just can't remember which one. That was that was. Oh, I see them. Oh. Did they see me? Did they see me? They did not see me. Okay. Eee. Okay. Hi, Denim. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for that raid. Okay, okay. I didn't like that at all. That scared me. Hi, Denim. Thank you so much for that raid. Bless your heart. Okay, why are you hiding? What is happening? Okay, I need to find a gen. Where are they? Okay, I see one. Alright. Nope, nope, nope. I have been playing another game and running is circle. Okay. So, I'm gonna go up here. Hopefully the killer's not up here. Fuck. Okay. So this guy is like... Fuck. Okay. Okay. He's fast. I'm not gonna try and wiggle out. If you have to raid and go, Denim, I totally understand. But yeah, enjoy me screaming and hollering for the next God knows when. Great and good wiggle skill checks, but I wasn't able to escape. Hopefully I have some nice people try and, you know, do the thing. Let me give you a shout out really quick. Hopefully they do their thing. Okay, you know what's silly? What's silly is that did not work today, but now it did. Like the air horn, everything, it didn't work. But the rest of it didn't work. Mix It Up bot's so mean to me sometimes. Oh, is he gonna be that smelly? He's gonna be smelly. It's game time. I did not want to stream today, by the way. Please unhook me! Okay. Okay, where do you want me to go? Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay. I need to hide. I need to hide. I need to hide. You're playing Final Fantasy? I'm gonna go grab some food, but have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Denim. Thank you, thank you. I totally appreciate it. Okay, I need to figure out where the fuck I'm going. You're very welcome. Okay, who did what? Who did what? Okay. Somebody has mend on. Oh, I'm gonna unlock this. What's in there? I don't know what to do with this. Enjoy. Okay, he's gonna go that way. I'm gonna unhook him. Okay, unhook, unhook, unhook. Okay, let's go. Run away. Run away. Disappear. Oh, why me? Why me? No, 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 no. God damn it. He's gonna put me on the same fucking one. And I died. No, I gotta do skill checks. Yes, yes, very mean. Very mean. Very sweaty. And like for a Thursday, like afternoon, not even an evening, like it's pretty stinky. But also like, Okay, okay, so we got some... Okay, we gotta run. Oh god, the zombies. The zombies freak me the fuck out. Okay, I'm gonna hide in here. Bold? What do you mean bold? Okay, I need to work on a fucking generator or something. Okay, he's over there somewhere, and I don't like that. There's one more generator up on that boat thingamajig. Whoa. Oh, he missed me. Okay. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna do it. I can do it, I can do it. Oh, the stairs. Okay. Fuck, don't bring him this way. Whatever you do, don't. Okay, no, this one's already working. Hi, Pay. Thank you. I'm trying. Today was just not the day that I wanted my hair to do the thing. Okay. Okay. I need to figure out how to hide. I think we're playing against Nemesis? Okay, he went that way. I'm bleeding so bad. Like, everybody hasn't healed each other, but at the same fucking time, still looks super cute. Thank you, Pay. At the same fucking time, ew, he's fucking camping? Glamping? I don't know. What would you call that? Bogarting? Puppy guarding? I never know how to fucking say that word, and I always feel like I'm fucking up every single fucking time. Where did he put... That zombie better not fucking come here. Also, my headset has, like, died twice. Fuck. Okay. No, get away from me! I don't know where there's another one. Puppy dogging. Okay. Fuck. Alright, where the hell is everybody else at? Okay. I'm not gonna move. I'm not gonna move. Okay, I hate his name, but he's nice because he's healing me. Okay, so it's puppy dogging? Puppy dogging, not puppy guarding, not bow guarding. Puppy dogging. Okay. Okay, we need to find another... Oh, there it is, there it is, there it is. Okay, toolbox repair. I think he smashed the shit out of this one. We have one more and then we can leave. Fuck! I have not been on my fucking A-game today. Ooh! Okay. Okay. Wow, that was... Staples, that was easy. Okay, leave me alone, Mr. Zombie. Please. Oh, God! Well, at least just leave me alone. No? Okay, well, that didn't work. I hate this shit so fucking much! And there's nothing you can do. But how are you today, Pay? Please, somebody help me! Also, the stream elements and mixed up bot have been really mean to me today. Okay, alright. He's being chased by somebody else. Twitch is being funky. Yeah, I am, like, so done with today. Move! Move! Oh, God! God damn it! Just run away. I am so angry. I'm so angry. Fuck. We are all on second hook except for whoever did that. Come on, come on, come on, so we can run. He's coming this way. He's coming this way. He's coming this way. God damn it. Just go, just go, just go. Here he fucking comes. Woo! Oh, I trapped myself. Oh shit. Oh, he didn't see me. Oh no, 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 no. Fuck. God damn it, dude. Damn. Whoever this person is can go eat a whole smelling sandwich. Ugh, now what? Oh yeah, I forgot. I had stuff. Stinky, very stinky. All my stuff got left behind. God damn it. Ugh. Okay, let's go claim our rewards. Yeah, today I wasn't gonna stream just because I was like really upset with my hair and kind of tired. I like fucking tossed and turned, tossed and turned. We got rewards. Did I already get them? Guess so. Oh my god, my stuff. My stuff. Ooh, you know what? Since we are our thingamabob is to heal. Okay. Of course I have none of those. Snacks? Or stacks? See, we get so many offerings to go to a certain place. It's just irritating because I have so many. Protection of lost your items and add-ons. Yeah, we'll just use that. Hi, Luna. I love your little... Thank you. I appreciate that. I love your little ping ping. Your little Animal Crossing noise. Okay, I'm gonna ready up. I have not been on my A game today, by the way, Luna. I have been fucking up. Thank you, Flower. It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle. But yes, I love it. It so matches you perfectly. I don't think I've heard Hales yet. I don't think I've heard Hales yet. I readied up. Who's taking forever? Interesting accounts. Sorry, I like saw something and it like kind of made me question life right now. But yeah, my hair has been giving me some problems today, and it's more so like just I think I need to cut it. I'm trying so hard not to cross my legs, you guys. I have divots above my knees. Everybody does. Some people do, some people don't. But mine are more pronounced because I put a lot of pressure on my legs, and I need to like crisscross applesauce, but I don't have anything because the last thing that I had, I broke it. But because I fidget so much and like move around so much, I broke it. But how are you today, Luna? Also, I'm obsessed with this chapstick. It's called Comfort Care by Caramex. It's sugar plum with colloidal oatmeal. I don't know. I need to find a generator. Oh, there's one. Unfortunately, I don't have... Oh god! I would switch over, but I'm in the middle of... Fuck. I'm in the middle of a match, and this generator is just fucking me up. But hi everybody, welcome in. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're gonna go find somewhere to hide. Hold on. Okay, okay, I gotta do this, I gotta do this. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you, Ray, for that raid. My name is Cassie Betts. I am a alt plus-size content creator and horror streamer. Right now we're playing Dead by Daylight. We're just doing survivors. Thank you. Thank you for that. I don't know why it didn't pop up, but it, yeah. Thank you, Pay. I keep forgetting that you're a mom. But today we're just doing like a just I don't care, I don't give a fuck survivor match for right now, and then hopefully maybe we'll play Stardew. But how was your stream? How was your stream? And if you just came in from the raid, please take a screen break, potty break. Screen break, potty break, snack break, water break. And if you have to bounce, I totally understand. Sorry, I was like, I have a med kit. I can heal people now. So I usually don't do this. I'm usually a gen girly. Stream was good. We played Fall Guys. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. No, why are you running away? It's like 3 times. That's why! I'm gonna hide. Did you win? Were you winning, son? Okay, exit. I haven't played Dead by Daylight in so long, sometimes I miss it. Okay, so I was complaining about that. Oh shit, he's right over there. I was complaining about that earlier, how people are talking about how it's like super toxic, but at the same fucking time, it's like, fuck. At the same time, haha, he fucking missed. Missed again, bitch. Fuck. Ooh, ooh, oh no! Oh, I might get eaten! Ah, fuck. I thought I was cool. Hi, Lavender. I love Bug. How are you? I am getting my ass fucking handed to me. I am not on my A game today. I'll just tell you that. I know, I know. Hi, Aussie. Thank you. So, did you meant to go hi? Because it says Nini. Nai? Nini? I can't read today. I can't do anything today, man. I need to go fucking heal myself. Can I do that right now? RT. Nai. Okay. I was like, oh, it's close enough. Okay. ran into that wall on purpose. I promise. Nine out loud, however you spell it. Wait, I never knew how to spell it. Okay. Well, I say Mimis, but Nine is the same thing. I'm assuming everybody's different. But yeah, I was complaining about this Ray that it's not toxic. Like, whenever someone says it's fucking toxic, I'm always thinking about, fuck. I'm always thinking about, like, Call of Duty toxic. Like, the only thing... I can't pronounce that, and I don't want to make a fool out of myself. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna follow him. Can you, like, help me heal myself? No? Oh, someone got taken. Shit! Yes, a better comp system. I don't personally think so. Like, as a killer, I would rather... Too many times as a killer, I see so many people being extra fucking stinky to each other when they're playing. So close. When they're playing together, and it just makes me so mad. Like, I will not kill the last person or the last couple people just because it's like, why, you know, why aren't you healing your friends? Or not even friends, why aren't you healing your teammates? Why aren't, oops, you know, why aren't you healing your teammates? Why aren't you, you know, doing generators together? You know, I mainly, you know, play as killer because I don't like playing survivor lobbies because of this shit. I would rather, you know, be yelling at somebody like, hey, you need to do your fucking job. Oh my god, thank you so fucking much. Okay, we need to run away. Oh god. Okay, I need to hide. Now, I would rather, yeah. Very, very. The last few haven't been like that, which is, you know, kind of great. But for the most part, it's like, I need your help right now. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Maybe picking your nose or, you know, digging in your ass, but I need you to heal me or help me do a generator. Now, for the most part, I can do gens by myself. Like, I can do... Ew, what is that? Sorry, I can do gens, 1 or 2 gens by myself when I'm, you know, when I have my shit together, but for the most part, I have not been able to do that. I'm so bad at killer. I always just let people get away and just try and get as many points as I can out of Neo. I totally get that. Oh, someone's being carried too, look. Over there. Please, please, please. Okay, I'm gonna go and help him. Around here somewhere. Oh god. Hold on, Mr. Park. Where'd he get taken down? I think he got taken down. Oh. No, nobody's in here. Nobody's in here, sir. Nobody's in here. All my ears playing and I still can't tell what sounds are or what scratch marks or whatever. Ha ha ha. No! Fuck, dude. Ugh. He had Memento Mori on. Sick bastard. So, like I was saying earlier, I taught my husband how to play, even though he was playing the tutorial. He's like, now we can play together. I was like, baby, I don't think you understand. We have to, like... I have to have 4 people. I did not have fun. No! I didn't have fun. No. 3. Did not have fun. No. And he's like, you know, I was telling him, I was like, there's certain things that I still don't know about Dead by Daylight. Like certain things I was able to tell him. As far as perks, it's very hard to explain. Anything else, like scratches, it's somebody who's, you know, running and you can see it's like footprints, but just where someone's been. We're not healing anybody anymore because this shit sucks. Let's do 2 bucks. But yeah, like with perks and stuff, I still don't know how they work. Yeah, I'm like, huh? I'm like, huh? Like, what do you mean? Let's use some of our 1.2 million blood points. Ugh, I prestiged. I think this is my second prestige with this character. Okay. Okay, I guess I don't want any of these things. Fuck, okay. Yeah, perks, don't ask. Don't ask me. I can explain it to you a little bit, but other than that, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, little by little, I've been, like learning how to read. Like, not even read, but, like, how to, you know, use some of this stuff, and it's still mind-boggling to me. Ugh, and you can't move forward without... Please just take the jigsaw piece. I don't want it. Like how I said, I'm not gonna put my water bottle over there because it's gonna make it hot, and it's hot now. Oh, ow, my hip. Needle and thread. Uncommon toolbox. And okay, so clear region, I don't know what that does. And I'll never know. Damn it, I wanted that one. I'll never know. No! Sorry, I'm like yelling at my phone. Okay. In like 9 minutes, we have an ad. But I think I'm gonna take that opportunity and get a snack. Get a snack. And y'all should take a break. I'm gonna lurk for a bit and feed me and the dog. Okay. We will be here when you get back. Thank you for doing your daily ritual pay. Okay.
Oh, yeah?
Wow, no one
closing
claimed it.
parenthesis.
Okay, so I am going to take a quick BRB because I'm hungry.
Yeah? Closing parenthesis.
Wow, and second? Damn. Rude. Feisty. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick BRB. My mod, if you could put that I'm taking a 30-minute BRB, / announcement. Kigurumi time, no! When I come back. But yeah, I'm gonna take a 30-minute BRB. I'm gonna run an ad right now, and then hopefully I'll be back before my 30 minutes are up. I just need to grab a bite to eat, and I'm trying to figure out what is in my fridge without looking at it. But I'll be right back. We are back. Unfortunately, some stinky news. So we haven't had mail. Also, thank you for that follow, Soy Nate. Nate? Soy? I think I've seen you in pay streams before. And thank you for those little messages, Pay. But yeah, I'm back. I have some soup, well, noodles, udon, and some pot stickers. I did it again. I cannot cross my legs. Our check did not come today, and I know we haven't been getting mail for a while because of the rain, which I think is a little annoying. But aside that, they said, oh yeah, the company is like, oh hey, we're gonna send it out on Monday. Now it's not here. And this tends to happen quite often. And it's just a little agitating because, like, okay, cool. We can go grocery shopping right now, like, right after stream. Thank you, babe. You know, we can go get groceries just a little bit and pull out some money for rent and for the car. And now we can't because it's not here. And usually when it's late, you know, just garbage mess. It's just a mess. And it's not our fault. It's just the uh, insurance company being smelly buttholes. So, there's that. But, yeah, hopefully it shows up tomorrow, because we really need to pay some bills. Plus side. We did get our letter for food stamps. So then tomorrow will be our interview. I think I'll be working, but I do get paid Saturday, tomorrow or Saturday. So hopefully our check comes tomorrow. So like I said, we gotta pay rent and well, not insurance, but the car. What do I need? I think we're looking for more. Looking for more stuff. Let's look at our loadout really quick. So we have a nice toolbox. That's 8 charges. Okay. So many worn out tools. Let's just hop in. Also, Pay, have you had anything to eat yet? You drink water? So what are you doing? I'm curious. Noisy. Lots of water, good. Bad kitty cat hiss. Y'all see this player's name? I'm updating my resources beacons. Oh, okay, cool. The Dark Phoenix 7. Sans Hanji. Love you. This thing took almost 30 minutes to make. Also, if you can get these, my dad took me to Costco and he's like, yeah, go ahead and get what you want. And I was like, oh, yay. So I got these. They're pretty good. Oh, this is hot. I wasn't prepared for how hot it was. Because the last time I heated it up, it didn't burn me at all. I was like, this is still cold. I also realized I'm playing Survivor. Oh shit. I'm cursed. What do you mean? Oh, it's Huntress. Nasty. Okay. Toolbox repair. Where are you gonna put them? Where'd you put them? She's not near me. Oh, there she is. Is it Huntress? Good lord. Okay, they need healing. No one's on hook. So whoever she was carrying... Oh, wait. Yeah, whoever she was carrying jumped off. Oh god. Okay. Picked him up. Where are you gonna put him? Right there? Of course you are. What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna... Spine chill's not going off. Dude, come on. I need at least to get one generator done. Okay, I need to fucking bounce. Fucking shit. Fuck. Okay, maybe it's not Huntress. Who is it? Who the fuck is it? I'm obviously not gonna turn around and look. Oh, it's the doctor. God damn it. Should I take a chance to escape? Okay, maybe not. I didn't have to. Okay. Come on, come this way. We haven't even done one fucking generator. Oh, someone got carried away. Damn, they fucking broke it. Okay, let's go this way. Oh, they're gone too. Fuck. Nope, cannot cross my legs. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna go across the map, because fuck that. Because I feel like he keeps... Well, the puppy dogging pay? Is that what it is? Okay. I'm just trying to figure out where there's another fucking generator.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. Hi, Thor. How are you?
I'm back.
about being hooked. Okay. Enjoy your lurk. Okay, this guy sucks, whoever he is. He has something on him, and I don't know what it is. Because every time I'm like, I'm doing great, hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay, I'm doing okay. Just had some unfortunate news, but things will be okay. Almost missed that skill check. Almost missed it. Just about to eat some food. Nice, nice. What are you having for dinner? Supper? I think your neck of the woods, it's called supper, yeah? Yeah, sometimes I don't know what I'm doing, and right now I don't. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Ooh, I don't know what that means. Probably some chicken strips and fries. And yes, I call it supper. Okay, cool. Chicken strips sound good. I feel like this doctor, or this, I think it's called the doctor. Lunch dinner is noon meal, supper is evening. Okay. I'll remember that next time. Because I know sometimes you're like, dinner? What are you talking about? Fuck! Okay. Sorry, that was a loud fuck. Oh, that was so close. It was like inches. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, okay, we got one. Okay, I guess they left that one alone. Ooh. Running away. Okay, he's coming close. I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna hide. Sorry, I'm eating pot stickers, microwavable pot stickers, and udon, instant udon noodles. He must be over there somewhere because my spine chill is going crazy. Wild. Fuck, I feel like I should have hid. But now I can't because I'm on this one. I'll bounce the moment I fucking get at least a little bit of red on my spine chill. See, I don't know if he's giving us... Oh my god! I don't know if he's giving us the match. Fuck! Or if he's waiting for us to get like halfway done with gens and then kill us. Fuck, I wasn't paying attention. I need to pay attention more. Fuck! Okay, bad kitty cat hiss is working on another one, so. Oh my god. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. My spine chill hasn't gone off completely yet, but he's like hiding. The moment I move, like, to like fix my earbuds, I fucking have to do a skill check. Oh, he's around here somewhere. I know he's gonna wait until one of us... Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't make me do another skill check, please, for the love of God. Okay, I'm gonna go... Oh gosh, it's... Oh, there he is! Look at! He's just standing there. Menacingly! What the fuck, man? Okay, I'm gonna go find another generator. Hey, buddy. The fuck? It's so weird. Maybe they're busy or they had to do something. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay, I don't know what they're doing, but they were just standing there. Menacingly. Just standing there. Okay. What next one? Done all of them. Where are we going? Where are we going? Probably have to go back to the one over here. I finished that one. See, there they are. I don't know why they're like, not even hiding, they're just sitting there. I hope they're not gonna like open hatch or something. Or not even open hatch, but open the gate for us. I don't know what it means that it's like the static. One more gen, please. Fuck! That's what I get. That's what I get. They're just standing over there in the corner still, I think. My spine chill hasn't gone off. So maybe... Well, no, because if they DC'd, the whole match would end, right? Oh, almost missed that one. Fuck. I'm assuming. But you know what assuming does? Makes an ass out of you and me. Don't know if they've moved or not. Oh my god. Okay. I'm like too busy looking at chat and then looking around and then not paying attention. Oh, that was close. Fuck. This one generator is giving us so many fucking problems. Fuck! We're never gonna get this fucking done. Unless he did something to this generator. I don't know. I don't know. I need to pay attention, you guys. I am so sorry. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. I have no idea, like, how long we've spent on this fucking generator, but it's been way too fucking long. Way too long. Oh god. Let's just go this way. In hopes. Hope. Hope? Someone needs to escape. Yeah, I'm escaping, dude. Yeah, that was weird. That was a little too much for me. A little too much. Okay, I need to heal 2 more people. then, what else is next? Oh yeah, fuck this killer. I don't know. That was a little too wild for me. But where did I walk? Also pay really quick if if you start your seeds, make sure to sift your soil. I made the mistake of not doing that. No! Cancel! Cancel! I didn't want to play as a survivor again. You don't start from seeds? Okay. You just get the plant and you're like, look what I made. I feel that though. Because for most of my, like, my first starting plants, I didn't grow them from seeds. I did seedlings. But then thereafter, I started growing seeds. But yeah, I didn't know that... Oh, I wanted that. Yeah, I didn't know that having, like, thick... not perlite, I forgot what it's called, but it starts with a P, but like the white rocks and the rocks themselves and sticks. Too cold for me to do them. Perlite, okay, yeah. Outside without needing to buy a ton of shit to keep it warm. That's, yeah, I get that. Cannot have enough tools. But yeah, I am wanting to do like a greenhouse because right now I have a clear box. Or not a box, but like one of those bin containers. And it's clear, and so I had it in the sun for a little while. And it helped, but at the same time it's just like I need a greenhouse, like an actual greenhouse, because the Justin's fishing room gets too cold at night. There's no insulation. It's not warm enough in there. What is that? Chalk pouch. What is that? Unusual stamp. Okay, let's go look at our stuff, our loadout. I know I escapade, but... Jar of salty lips, shroud of binding, shiny coin. What do we got for this? 20%. I only have one of those, so let's just use one. Oh, you better stay. My fucking controller was like, hey, we're gonna do something that you don't like, and let's fall off the desk. But yeah, I have a makeshift greenhouse, and it's kind of funny, but at the same time, I need a greenhouse. Also, I want chickens. I went shopping yesterday for my dad, and there's this lady in line who's like, oh yeah, I love quails, and they're talking about chickens and how, I guess, it got brought up because some guy bought like 30 eggs at not Save Mart, is Smart and Final. 30 eggs. I thought it freshly. But yeah, I was like, I want chickens now. I mean, I used to have chickens when I was a kid, but I mean, I could have them now. Hey, you could have them. It could be like IRL Stardew, but with all the pain and suffering of, living in a world that hates your existence by having, environmental crisis is, yeah, and by having inconsistent weather and stuff like that. That's not what happens in. I've been ignoring my last class grades. So they didn't put, there was a section where you had to upload something to the Discord, and they didn't have that section. And so I said I completed it, but I'm not sure what happened to it, if that makes sense. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna look at it now because it won't go away until I look at it. Our ball is red. I'm just not gonna look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. 79. Oh, what was the other one? 100? Okay, I got 100. That one, 87. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, that's actually not bad at all. That's actually a lot less worse than what I thought it was gonna be. 87. Got 100. Okay. Okay. It's not bad. Okay, I got 100 there. What was the 4.1? Oh yeah, I got a D on that one because I was sick and they count late days. And this one... Yeah, this one I didn't have an excuse to why I was sick. Okay, what were the other ones? Okay, that was all of them. 6.2 discussion. 6.1 textures. I got a B. A B. Let's call it a B. I'm gonna throw these things in the fucking water, dude. They don't stay on for a very long time. I know I made a post about these, but they don't stay on for a very long time. They hurt my ears. And they make me angry. And it's taking a billion jillion years to fucking load in. Why? Also, I've never... I'm gonna close this because I feel like they're gonna fucking die on me. There is a $30 or $35 adapter for... Oh, I almost knocked that over. For this headset, and I want it so fucking bad. Because, like, they sound so good. But I don't have... Okay, there's ants. What the fuck? I just saw an ant on my Squishmallow. What are you doing here? Get out of here. Go away. The fuck? Was that like a tuft? Dude, these cats suck. There's a hole in my Squishmallow, and some of his insides came out. What the fuck, dude? These cats are not allowed in my office anymore. Nope. Okay, I left the class with a B- in shading and lighting, so it's not bad. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, wow. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this again. because it's not letting me load into a game. Maybe if I back out completely. No? Let's look at something else while it claim rewards. This is a little unnerving. Hmm. Strange. Hmm. Let's go to the store. Wait, how much is everything? The whole outfit? What? Why is this so expensive? Okay, something's wrong with my internet. Or at least the game, because it's not letting me buy anything. Or maybe because I am loading into a game? Question mark? Okay, let's do this again. Hopefully it works. It better fucking work this time. Because it won't let me switch back to killer. I don't like this. It is taking 1,000 years for me to load in. And it's actually quite annoying. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna... Let's see. Let's see. We'll switch over to here. I just need to see what the fuck's going on, because this is bothering me. It's taking way too long. Like, it won't even let me go back to the menu. Yeah, I cannot go back, and I can't. I'm gonna have to do this. Just give me a minute. Maybe this is our sign to play a different game? Maybe? Yeah, we'll play a different game. Yeah, Dead by Daylight is frozen. That was weird. I didn't like that. Hmm. I don't know what else I have on here that we could play that's calm. Let me open up. Yeah, we'll just do it like that. Start poll. I started a poll. I guess ads are running right now. I'm gonna eat. Yeah, I had no idea what happened to Dead by Daylight, but it fucking froze on me. Not fair. I'm like, I was doing pretty good. Let's see if it's still acting weird. Sorry, it looks like I'm the problem. Hi, how? No. It had been acting weird before that. How are you today? So I'm like trying to eat and like I have a poll. Let's see. I have a poll up for the next game we should play, but how are you? These ants better not fucking come for me in my soup. Be very, very upset. Dude, okay, so I've been addicted to Poshmark. I haven't bought anything, but every time someone like gives me like a can't cross my legs. Anytime someone like gives me when some of my friends 2-year-old water, it was a workout. Dude. Okay, so wait, is it hot where you're at, or did you have like a heated pool? Because it's really cold. I love swimming. I uh recently well, not recently. I think in the last few years I've been like swimming like like a normal person because before that, oh, it's an indoor pool. Okay, that's what I was like. That's y'all are weird, but that's okay. Without saying you guys are weird, but you're fine. It's an indoor pool. Okay. I was also very concerned. I was like, I mean, okay, whatever. You do you, boo boo. You know what? I should well, I'm not sure if yeah, I have Lunar Client. So maybe I just won't have all of my pretty things in the water outside with this weather. Yeah, I assumed that you wouldn't do that. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna download, but yeah, we'll do Minecraft. I know one person voted, but um we'll do it anyway. So I can like work on my house over by on Pay's server if it's still alive. Cause if not, I'll just play on Cursed Forge. Or maybe we'll play Stardew Valley. I think we were still talking to people in Stardew Valley. I'm not sure. I can't remember. There's a lot of stuff I can't remember today. I was not on my A game for Dead by Daylight at all either. Which kind of sucked, but it's like I don't play Survivor. I'm a killer. What we got? One new invite. Accept. I thought I accepted your friend request, honestly. Let's see. What do we got? That isn't um too scary. I have a lot of games that are horror games. Yes, that is, my thing, but still. Um, can't play that on stream. I mean, I could play Honey Pop, but I would have to do things again, and I don't know what I did with that file. Um, interactive horror stories, Lunch Lady. Most of these are horror games. There's Poppy Playtime and Project Playtime. They're not cute. There's The Sims. Tenderfoot Tactics? Tactics. What is that? I downloaded that store page and I don't know what it is. Oh, okay, it's just like a little RPG. Yeah, turn-based elemental chaos. It's like okay. Nah, don't want to play. Oh, if I play Stardew. Hmm. Yeah, I don't have very many soft games. I don't know what Vibrant Venture is. And I have it somehow inside my library. I have Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 2 Revelations, Risk of Rain. It's not that much of a gory game, but I'm still like fighting things. Golf with your friends require friends. Can't play genital jousting on stream. That'll get me bonked. Doki Doki Literature Club is not cute. Why do I have Dirty Bomb on here? I don't remember downloading that. No More Room in Hell. Yeah, most of these are very scary games. Can't play Booty Calls. That is an adult game. I don't know how bad it is compared to Honey Pop though. Okay, we'll play Minecraft. Um and close Steam. Go away, Steam. Go away. Oh wait, no. Multiplayer. I don't remember what I was doing last. I need to do something really quick before I. Who's on here? Finding Jay. I don't know who that is. Okay. We're gonna end the poll. Also, haha, 69. I don't end a poll. Oh yeah, end poll. Yeah, Minecraft won. So yeah, we're gonna play Minecraft. Switch over, and I gotta scoot forward. This is probably gonna make my camera shake. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of my camera just like shaking back and forth. Biting J is awesome. Like Aussie or Aussie? Aussie. Oh. Okay. Yeah, totally get it now. I have music off, so I'm just gonna use. Leave me alone, Walgreens. We'll just use this. And I think I have. Okay. Too bad. I think I turned it off. I think I turned music off. Okay, let's. My house is not on fire. Aussie life. Okay, yeah. Settings, options, music and sounds, master volume. Yeah, we'll turn music off all the way. Apparently, well, on your server. Yeah, look at. Mira. I want more of my noodles. Well, at least I don't have to worry about getting hooked or anything. But yeah, he's on. Okay. Like that? Huh. I'm assuming this is for a good for science pay. Is this for science? I don't feel like it's for science. It's for science? Okay. Every day. Hmm. Hmm. I don't care. Happy unbirthday. Oh god. Escape. Moody. Oh, brooding. Yeah, brooding. Let's see what else. Sassy. Mainly. No, I don't know your sign, Flower. I think you're a Sagittarius, aren't you? Libra. And Virgos act like this. Yeah. Oops, I'm like trying to type. One way or another. And the response that he has, also pay, he didn't do anything. His response to this will tell me everything. Tell me absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. I also forgot what I was doing. Like, in here. I think I made like a little, not a hiccup. Sometimes at what point does it go from reading to just guessing blindly? See, that's... Ooh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. So that attitude is also Cancers, Leos, and Scorpio. No, he could never be a fish, Flower. He could never be a fucking fish. He could never be a fucking Pisces. Pisces are very soft people. And not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. Was in the last 6 weeks. He could be an Aquarius, and that's why. Well, I don't fucking give a shit. No, I'm an Aquarius. He must be a Cap, an Aquarius, or a Pisces, but Pisces people don't act like that. At least Pisces men don't act like that. Aquarius men, that's more spot on. I've never liked Aussie. I don't care if he's fucking watching. I've never fucking liked him. I do not fucking like you, Aussie. And I think for the sole fact that you might be another fucking Aquarius. Most Aquarius men are fucking assholes. Except for my dad. He's cool. My daddy's cool. For the most part, Flower, yeah. But yeah, he must be an Aquarius because Caps don't act like that and neither do Sagittarius men.
It folds. I like to see you wiggle, wiggle.
Wiggle,
For
for
sure.
show.
Make me wanna dribble, dribble. You know.
And it didn't scare me that time. Hi, Arma.
6'2" in a compact. No slack.
Welcome in, dude. I haven't seen you stream in the last couple weeks. Is everything okay? Oh, a chicken egg. I did not mean to play Minecraft today, but, oh wait, no, I need these. But today we're just playing Minecraft. We were playing Dead by Daylight and then it froze on us and I just couldn't get my shit around it. Did a bit last week, not any this week. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see anything this week and I was like, huh. Yeah, we're trying to make my house. So I have another house in someone else's server and it's completely perfect. I moved houses. I moved houses. And then I left it alone. I left it alone. But how are you today? How's work? Also, Pay, he must be a fucking Aquarius because nobody, no, Pisces and Caps don't act like that. Capricorns are more straightforward people, but they're also, well organized. Average 12 my time, but that's like 9 a.m. your time, I think, so 12 to 4-ish. Okay, so I'm probably at work. I started a new job. Um, so there's that. But yeah, I'm probably at work when you're on, when you're streaming. But yeah, Pay, for your thing. If his birthday was in the last 6 weeks, he must be an Aquarius with at least a Virgo and couple deep slate. Did I do this? Somebody did this. And it wasn't me. I don't know who it was. Working later, at later longer. Oh, okay, okay, okay. But yeah, he has to be a fucking Aquarius, Pay. Like, there's no possible way that he could be a Pisces. There's no possible way he could be a fucking, Capricorn. Has to be an Aquarius, man. Because that makes more fucking sense. Like, that makes so much sense. I kind of want to bother him and hopefully he hops off. Or maybe he already did. No, he's still here. Okay. Do you know what time you were born? I don't think he's gonna like that. Don't be mean to him. I'm not gonna be mean. I'm just gonna ask, like, hey, what time were you born? I do have a giant astrology book. Also, thanks for those biddies. I actually consider him a close friend. Okay, that's fine. But I can also not like somebody's attitude. That's all. Not that all Aquarius men are assholes or pieces of shit. Um, but sometimes I don't like his attitude. That's okay. But me asking what time he was born isn't really that mean, in my opinion. But I'm not gonna sit here and fucking bother the shit out of him, because quite frankly, you know, I'm just like, I'm doing my own thing. Okay, I need to, I don't have a shovel. Oh, it's a jest. Or a joke. Obviously, I'm not gonna fucking go as far as, bug the shit out of him. I have more better things to do with my time. I don't care. I also realized that my house is made out of netherrack. And I'm like, why isn't my house burning? But I also did this because I don't have a whole lot of... This isn't Hale's server where I can be like, oh, I need like, 40 candles. I wonder how I'm gonna do that. Make tea? Okay. Okay, I need to stop trying to set my fucking door on fire. I feel like I'm gonna hurt my animals on accident. I didn't. Okay, the song that's playing right now really sounds like YouTube let's build bullshit. Not in a bad way either. I just realized. So technically this isn't the size of the house that I want it to be, but it's okay. We're gonna build around it. I don't know why I have this set there either. I left this alone the moment I tore down my other house. Fuck, okay. My hand's not in the right section of the keyboard. The moment I tore down my other house, I lost all motivation to do anything with my second house. It's just literally a placeholder. And I really wish I hadn't fucking moved, but also it was like kind of in the way. And I think I was close to somebody else's house. I think it was Neon's house. I was too close. Oh yeah, I was supposed to make stairs. I live out of bags and backpacks and only go home to melt my ore on those servers. I need help. 4. Oh, what do I hear? I thought I heard whatchamacallits. what are they called? The owl-looking things are not really owls. Oh, I'm on fire. Okay. Okay, that wasn't a good idea. Whatever I did. Nah. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. The big flat blue things? Yes! Phantoms. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. I don't know why I had like such a hard time figuring out what the fuck they were called. Oh, they just okay, no, never mind. Phantoms come after sleep, so if they don't come after if you don't sleep now and then. Okay. I can do this. I just feel like I'm gonna burn. Ah, I did it again. I think I was going for like a witch hut, and then I just kind of left. That's not what I wanted either. I left my house to do its own thing. Glad I'm right next to the water. It's nice. Okay. Nope, that's not what I wanted either. Nope. Will I ever get it right? Probably not. Just give me what I want. And that's the corner stair. There we go. And then we'll just dig out this and then... dig a hole. I need to see if I'm on the path or not. Oh god. Jesus Christ. Oh, so no, I am near somewhere. I just don't want to go too far and then get attacked. Yep, getting attacked. Oh my god! Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever. I need to eat some fucking food. I didn't realize how much of a fucking bonk I took. Okay. I think I'm just gonna build around what I have. I just need to put out the fire. Yeah, let's go put out my fires because this is gonna be a problem if I keep having to jump up and down on them. Okay. Okay. You made them mad, you have to die to them or like wait 2-3 days. I don't know what I did. I haven't touched this server in like a couple months. So I really couldn't sit here and tell you and be like, "Oh yeah, I did this X, Y, and Z," but like in game, 2-3 days in game. Hmm. Maybe I do have to die. Yeah, we're gonna build around the house. Got a text message from fucking Walgreens. It's like, Walgreens, I don't have anything. I guess we'll just use amethyst for the base. I don't have nearly enough of the things that I need for the build that I want. Let's cook chicken. This makes me realize how much I miss Forge mods. IDK, wait. If we'll work on this one because I don't know what an EU on, so don't take my info. Oh no, you're good. You're good. Just trying to move stuff over. Like I know I need to fucking organize, but shears. Hmm. Look, I got to go get a shower and bed because I'm dashing time. Oh wow. Good luck, friend. I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow. Thank you. That's why I had those. I really don't give a shit about these. No? What? Okay, wait. So... Okay. Like that? Seems like it. No. I did something wrong here. Wait a minute. No, that's still not right. That's why this wasn't long enough. I think 2 more over. Yeah, there we go. As much as I love amethyst, sometimes it just doesn't make the build look nice. But I don't have enough to make like bricks, and I don't know how to make them either. Yes, it's very satisfying. I love it. But in its like rare form or rare state, it's a pretty accent thing. I just don't know how to make brick. So I'm just gonna lay this down and then we're gonna do... My builds look horrible without it. Same. And I don't think, I keep forgetting that this isn't Hale's server. Hale has some nice stuff. They have some nice stuff. I can feel my earbud falling out of my ear as I'm talking. That's annoying. Oh god. Okay. Some more. Hello? Mr. Tree, you're in my way. I thought I fell. What the fuck? This is an oak tree. Whatever. I also keep forgetting that I have to put flooring in. So I was like, this is gonna be too tall. No, it's gonna be normal height. And then we'll cut out holes for the windows. I'm pretty sure I have... And I think we'll do... Does this side have enough room? Maybe we'll do like a, That's not what I wanted, but okay. That bee scared me. Sir, can you escape? Go away. Yes, thank you. Bye. Is that enough room? No, it's not. Okay, let's do this instead. Oh, that's better. Oh, wait, no. Well, wait a minute. Okay. Or if I have my serious face on, I'm super quiet. I'm trying to make this look as nice as possible. Just because I've been meaning to do this and I haven't. I think that'll be a good base for the roof. Okay, we should probably start building the floor. I don't know why I thought that was gonna, like, connect together. I just realized how shaky my fucking monitor is, and it's actually really annoying. Okay, I was like, what the fuck is going on? So I was like reading a text and like I was gonna say it out loud and sometimes it's nice to fucking catch yourself before you say something stupid. Okay, so all I have I don't need this much. I need to give this back to you, Pay. Does this look any different than... No, it looks the same. I don't know what the difference is. I need to make a floor. Or something. That isn't just dirt. You guys hear that? like minding my own business, and then I just hear a shit ton of dogs barking. Okay. I let I, that was weird. I just realized what your Arma, if you're still here, what you just cheered. I just saw what it said. I bought a toilet brush the other day, but I went back to the toilet paper. It was less messy, and I don't scream as much. But I just got a DM. That's weird. Okay. Hmm. I'm gonna ignore it. I'm not sure if this person is watching me right now. I'm gonna try and ignore it. Um, that was weird. I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm just gonna leave it alone. So I think it wants me to respond, and I'm not going to. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, it's alright. It's whatever. Somebody being mean. It's probably a throwaway account. Um, just like, hey, do you like the gym? I mean, it's doing all my tax stuff. Oh, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Remember, save your receipts, guys. Anything that you buy for stream, save your fucking receipts. Because I bought so much shit last year, and I didn't know it was a fucking tax write-off. Rack. Yeah, exactly. I only have one receipt, though. Well, I mean, like, physical receipt, I have a couple of games that I bought. And then, obviously, right now, well, not right now, but a couple hours ago, the, Xbox Game Pass. Oh, good luck. I heard a bee. I was like, where's the button to put all my stuff inside this chest? It's not on the server. You could cut some wood. There's no dark wood. How do I get polished deep slate? Oh, maybe I could have that as a floor. That's pretty. I can't get out of here. Okay. One day, my thingy-merjig. The thingamajig? No. Yeah, we'll use this as our floor. Yeah, one day my camera will stop. Or was that cobbled deep slate? Stop. Okay. Hmm. And I'm assuming, ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm assuming, hold on, what is happening here? Smooth, cobbled, deep slate. Okay, you guys can sit in that corner together. I hope my eyebrows aren't furrowed still, because they wrote something else. And I was like, ah, yeah. Don't angry cry on stream. If you can help it. I did. I did. I was just like, oh, that's nice. Probably. Yeah, I blocked him a while ago, but it's like, oh. This was on Twitter. Because it was like back to back, which is really weird. But it's okay. They can go get fucked with a hot iron rod. I bet you fucking $5. I'm not gonna have enough. Oh, I'm halfway there. I think I have more somewhere. Okay, where's all my stuff at? Oh, wait. I will stop. Oh, there was an ant on me. Ew. The fuck? Oh, I'm trying not to cross my legs, friends, and I almost did it again. Oh, ow. Hurt my back. You have these nice divots up above my knees. And it's like, that's probably not good for your body. Hi guys. My eyes are like, oh, hi, welcome in everybody. Thank you for that follow. Thank you for that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Cassie Betts. I am a plus size content creator and horror variety streamer. Welcome in. Thank you so much, Ash, for that raid. If you just came in, I hope you're having a wonderful stream. Yes, I am. If you just came in from the raid, please take a screen break, snack break, water break, potty break. If you have to raid and run, I totally understand. Thank you for entrusting me with your community. They are safe here. Right now, we are just doing some Minecraft stuff because Dead by Daylight made me mad. Thank you for that follow, Tootsie. Thank you. But how was stream? What did you guys end up doing? What were you doing? Animal Crossing. Ooh, I love that. Were you building or were you uh doing an island tour? What were you up to? I have not touched Animal Crossing since my birthday. Happy homes decorating. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I have not touched I haven't touched Animal Crossing since my birthday. And then before that it had been like 2 or 3 months. It's almost like The Sims, where you play it for 12 hours straight and then you leave it alone for almost 2 years. But I'm glad you had a good stream. If you, like I said, if you have to raid and run, that is totally fine. Please get your rest. And same to those that came in here. If you guys need to go BRB or go do something really quick, we will be right here. Happy homes decorating. I just realized I started playing again without switching over. I'm so sorry. I'm tired. Thank you for that follow. I think it's writing? Writing Rainbow? Reading Rainbow? I'm sleepy today. Oh, I need to go to sleep. No pun intended. Yeah, thank you for that follow, you guys. Yeah, today's been a little up and down, up and down. But for the most part, we're doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm doing a little bit better. Just trying to build my house. Oh, that's where it is. Way up there. I was looking for my other shulker box and it's way up here. Oh, I can still reach it. Cobbled deep slate. I need all my cobbled deep slate so I can make shiny polished deep slate. Because apparently deep slate tiles, how do I make that? But yeah, thank you so much for that raid, little Ash. But yeah, if you guys want to hang out, we are here. I'm probably gonna end stream in like another 30 minutes. No, I can't put that down. It's not ready yet. Probably after this, and then after making a couple of doors, I'm probably gonna end stream. I'm very tired for like no reason. And I blame Dead by Daylight. I really do. Okay. Is it shift? There we go. Yeah, I'm not grumpy at all. I'm just really tired for no reason. And I think it's because I got up at 2, 4, and 6 a.m. only to find my cat's butthole in my face. Or at least one of them. And I really feel like Harvey needs to lose a little bit of chunkage because he's the only cat with the dirty butthole. And that's how I found out that Harvey woke me up, because of his stinky little butthole in my face. This is pretty gross. And like, I feel so bad. Like, it's not my fault that he's fat. When we got him, he was big. But he like fluctuates in weight. It's just we have to make sure like all the food is put away. Because he will eat it. He will eat it. And I know he'll eat it when he's not hungry. So I don't know if he's got some issues or if he's just like trying to be a territorial cat and he doesn't know how to be a territorial cat other than I'm gonna go eat all your food. You know? But he needs to lose some chunkage because his panza or his like stomach, he can't reach past that to clean his butt. He can, but he's like a contortionist when he's cleaning himself. And I'm surprised that the other cats haven't tried to help him, which I think is kind of bullshit. It's like, why don't you help your friend out? And it's like, nah, I'm not gonna clean his butthole. He can do that himself. Oh, this is crooked! Look at that! It's crooked! It's crooked. I'm not rebuilding this. Let's see how it looks on the outside first. Before I throw the baby out with the bathwater. Okay, how bad does that look? Awful. Oh, I can get my shulker box from here. Good. I thought I was gonna have to climb or like build up and then fall down again. But let me take these. Okay. Can I make polished deep slate? Oh, I need some stairs. Okay, let's gather ourselves really quick. Okay, food. We have half a house built, you guys. No! 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 No, 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 no. Oh, they all came undone. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, come here, come here, come here. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, we're gonna move you guys away from the front of the house because it seems to me that you guys keep causing problems, and I can't have that right now. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. All three of you stay right there. Jesus Christ. One of my friends, got me that skeleton horsey. And it took me a good 3 hours to get it to my new house. And I'm so afraid that it's like gonna despawn one day and I wake up or I like jump in on their server and it's gonna be gone one day. And I'm gonna be sad. Thank you. Oh, ouch. Thank you for that follow. Absmal? Abysmal? Is that how you say your name? Abysmal? Is that how you say it? Okay, we got a door. Not the door I want, but it'll do for now. Keep all the creepy crawlies out of my house. Okay, so this is crooked. It doesn't look bad from the outside of the house, but it's pretty bad. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad from the outside of the house. Not that bad. Can I? Okay. That's what we need to do is figure out what we can do for... Can I make? Ooh. Squishmallow time? Okay. Let me switch over to just chatting. Which one? I keep forgetting. I was about to go like this. I have in-ears. They're wireless, and I keep forgetting that. Hmm. We did just get a new one. How about that one? Another move. Okay. So this one I rescued from Walmart. It was on the ground in the like junior section of the store, like for the clothing store. And it had a bunch of stains on it. Ow, I just stabbed myself in the face with the tag. But it had a bunch of stains on it. And I don't know if it was from like candy or something, but whoever did this to the squishmallows all over the place. It was like this big of a stain. They just fucking left it there, like face up on the ground. I was like, well, that sucks. I'm pick them up. And if you can't tell, there's like a bit of a stain I have not been able to get out. But yeah, I rescued her, her camera, and already they most of my favorite squishmallows are the ones that I like hang on to the most, like when I'm watching TV or watching a movie or something, have food stains. This one has food stains. There's a bigger squishmallow right here that has food stains. Most of them do. This one is named Bilana or Bilana. I think this was the Easter one. Is the tag. Okay, let's read the tag. This one's actually the most comfiest, and I don't know why. I don't want to rip this tag off. Remember one time my little brother was like, "Oh, this is uncomfortable. Why do you keep the tags on?" And he ripped the tag off, and I was like, "Why would you do that?" Okay, so Balana, I think their squish date is 4/20, haha, no pun intended, 2022, so they were born last year. This creative cow loves to paint and have dreams of going to art school. She paints furniture and woodwork designs by her brother Ronnie, and I think that's her brother then, Ronnie, the big cow that's right here. After school, she wants to open a gallery to share their furniture. Oh, and then the rest is in French. But yeah, and this was the last one. I think I have over 30 squishmallows, and I still want more. Also, that is a death trap behind me. There's nothing but tiny squishmallows inside of a net, or like medium-sized squishmallows, and they want out really bad. But yeah, that's one of them. My soup's probably gone cold. Okay, I need some water. Okay, let's try and finish up this house. I think we're gonna make pillars pillars out of these. Nope, that's not the chicken. We're not gonna make pillar chickens. I'm trying to figure out how to do. Oh, there we go. Okay. Because I want to use this for the floor upstairs. Scape. I thought I had some. Nope, that's food. I thought I had ladders somewhere of oak planks. Do I have sticks? I was kind of not mean, but I was messing around with binding J earlier, and I probably should be nicer. No, I probably need to be nicer. Okay, we're making a, no, we're making a ladder, right? I don't know why I brought these out. Why did I bring these out? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Sticks. Okay, how are we gonna do this? Think. So I haven't made windows yet. Maybe I should make window panes? I don't have what I need. Okay, let's open up this again. Pane. Let's just put pane. Let's do window? Glass? I wonder if there's more than... Huh? Oh shit, we did! We have new cult members. So if you guys would like to be part of the Bat Colony, I have a Discord that you guys could join. If you want. You don't have to. I know some people have many Discords that they are in, and it's hard to leave. Stretch. I spelled that wrong. Teehee. You know. Okay. Let's stretch. Ow! That was. Oh, my, like, sternum and my spine. Oh. God. Yeah, let's stretch. Maybe I should get up and, like, stretch my body. Cause, like, ow. Oh God, my back. I literally, the moment I started to bend down, it's like a popped, like a slinky, but you're like popping a slinky, if that makes sense. Oh God, ow. Oh. I also have not been sleeping well. Oh, I need a new bed so bad. Mr. Beast, can you buy me a new bed? That was weird, I know, but Mr. Beast buys everybody everything sometimes, and you know, a bed would be nice. Really nice. Um, where is it? Thank you for that stretch. I really needed that. Thank you. Okay. Oh God, what was it? I'm not ready for the rain that we're gonna have. So when I was driving to work the other day, I got to see the foothills and the mountain range, and there's so much snow. It's like a ridiculous amount of snow. Like it's not even like humanly possible to have that much snow at this time of year on top of um yeah, it's bad. And like not bad in the sense that you know like oh no, you know, it's good because California's been in like a 20-year drought. And it's like, hey, we need the water, you know? But at the same time it's like mm, how much is too much water in like one go, you know? I think we got we're almost back to. Oh, it was a bee. We're almost out of the drought. If it's any core, like any like to give you guys an idea, there is a. I'm not sure if it's a water basin or like a man-made lake. Lake. It's one of the most important lakes, because it also generates, I think, energy and drinking water. They've been finding bodies, ever since the drought and like no rain, no water, no nothing. And now we have this influx of fucking water and it's like, "Oh, hey, what about the yeah, it's like bodies from the 1980s and early on. Like stuff like bodies and like ships and stuff that's like, "Oh, hey, that's not supposed to be there." Like there was a World War II ship, maybe not like a airship or anything, not an airship, but like a naval ship, but just like on a smaller scale World War II boat, and it's like, what the hell is this doing in here? And then they found like a couple other like sunken boats and stuff, but there was, trigger warning, content warning. There was a body that was found inside of a barrel, and it had been from 1981 or 82, maybe even um like later than that. But yeah, it was very 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 disturbing. It's like, oh, Mr. B, what are you doing in here? It's like, yeah, the water level's super low. We're just gonna keep finding really scary stuff. But yeah, but now that not lake, reservoir maybe, but people still use it as like a recreational lake. That reservoir is now filling back up, and it was like below the lowest it had ever been in history. Some creepy stuff going on over there. But yeah, I mean, I'm not ready for the rain again. Also, I want my little babies to. I like to garden. For those of you that are new, and I need all of my babies to be able to sit in the sun and grow, and they can't because we're constantly being, flash flooded with fucking rain. And it's like, yeah, rain's good for plants because the rain carries more nitrogen than regular water would, but in the amount that we're getting, it's my seedlings would die. They would absolutely pass away. But also, I need as much sun as I can get. It's like I'm getting nothing, but also part of it is me not sifting the soil, because if you're starting seeds, if you're doing seed starters, you need to just sift your soil because all the rocks, perlite, everything, the thick twigs will inhibit the growth. Couple deep sink. And I'm like, oh, I guess I did that wrong. And there's always trial and error though. Okay, I need to figure out how to do this. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. Glass. Let's go look for some flowers. I had some purple ones from my old house, but I don't think I brought them over. They're not necessarily purple, but they're like, I think, a rose bush? I don't know, there's a shit ton of flowers where I am because I'm in the flower forest, so we'll try and find one. Hi, Mr. Sheep. Um, if I can't find any, I will take them flower. Thank you. Because I had some, and I put them down, unless I accidentally moved them. Or they're in my inventory still and I didn't set them down or plant them. It's pink. Oh, purple. Yeah, let's check her inventory really quick, because this is perplexing to say the least. Snowball, building material, lapis lazuli. What the hell did I do with them? Gone? Okay. Oh, you know what? I know where I put them. They are in my little cave that I made. I was tired of getting shot at by, I was gonna say dinosaurs. I was tired of getting shot at by skeletons. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make my own, like, waterway. So they can't attack me. But I also realized that if you get your boat filled with water, it will sink. And I didn't know that. And it sank on me. Hmm. Hi, Mr. Chicken. Interesting. That's alright. We'll just use the pink, and then if we need to, we'll switch it out later. I just swore, oh, maybe I left them at my old house. Let's go cut up some flowers and make some dye. I think that's enough. What I was thinking of doing is like making like what is it? Metal bars. That's like let's have some color. Well, first I need glass. What did I do with it? What did I do with it? I know my stuff isn't organized and that's my fault, but oh, there they are. But still. Okay, let's make some dye. Oh, this would have been pink anyway. I think my brain's like, oh yeah, those roses are gonna be purple, but they're not. Okay, so we have 11 pieces of dye. How do I make a glass pane? Oh, okay. Perfect. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, I did not know how to do that. Please don't judge me. Okay, so we have 16. Oh, it's stuck. How do I make a block? Like a block of pink. Okay, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Oh, come on. Is it gonna do the same thing to me here? Let's see. Good diet as with last block. Oh. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Let's try this again. Oops, oops, oops. Kept getting stuck. Okay. Silk touch. Huh. Can't see them. Hmm. That's okay. That's weird. Unless there's like a patch I didn't get. Like, whatever. We're gonna ignore it for right now. The hell? I thought it was nighttime already. Okay, let's do this again. Okay. We're gonna try and finish this house on stream because I need to finish it. And I have not. I did it, besties. I had to cross my leg. There's just no comfortable way of sitting. These bees keep fucking scaring me, man. Okay, let's make this as not medieval, but like as I guess medieval. That's not what I wanted. Oh, Goodbye, Stare. It was nice knowing you. Oh. Oh, crap. That's right, we gotta build a second floor. Ooh, that was close. Did something. Pay's like, who the fuck is in my server? That's funny. I'd be scared shitless too, like, who the fuck are you? The immediate, like, fucking stomach drop. They have an answer there, okay. Yeah, I was just like, I was just saying, like, OMG, like, oh my god. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's what I meant, uh, like getting that message or getting notified about it. It's like, who the fuck joined my server without my shit? Or without my fucking invite? It's like, hey, Pay, there's some weirdo in here. And then before, it's just a normal person. There's a dog barking. I'm not afraid of dogs. It's just the dogs that inhabit my neighbors are not very nice. And they make me very, very nervous. Very nervous. Okay. Break a leg. I need to see how this looks on the outside. Okay, what about further away? Ooh, okay, that looks nice. Probably a couple more windows. Should probably eat some food. Um, I was like, is it storming? It's the sound. It's the music. Yeah, sorry I'm really quiet. I'm just trying to, like, decompress. Okay, this isn't what I want. Oh, that's right. Yes, I do. I lied. Ha 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 ha. I lied. I said I was gonna make pillars, but I have another idea. Steven. Okay. I saw somebody coming this way and I don't know who it was. They're gone. They had a really creepy, really creepy skin on, and I don't like it. Unless it was like a helmet. I don't know where they came from. Just saw them. They go. Okay, that's weird. Sleep. Whoa, did y'all see that? Swings. Oh, that's nice. I don't know who made that. Uh, hey, are you watching this right now? They just griefed. There's literally a fucking cross of shit. There's literally a cross. I need to move my horses. If anything, I need to move my fucking horses. All my shit's gonna burn. I mean, I can try. I can try to save it. They're still here again. They're here again. They're hitting me. They killed me. And they're setting everything on fire. I can hear them doing it. And they burned my bed is gone. I hope they didn't kill my fucking horses. Because that horse was not gained by push tab, yeah. Yeah, that horse was not gained by an egg. Hello. That's weird. It's okay. Okay. That's what I figured. That's why I immediately stopped. It's okay. I don't want to go back on, to be honest. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Yeah. It's fine. I don't know who it fucking could have been. But yeah, I don't have any other games planned for tonight, so I think we're just going to raid out. Um, but whoever did that, your mom is a hoe. And you suck shit. Thank you for that follow. No, you don't suck shit. The person who did something very awful earlier sucked booty cheeks. And they're very not nice. So that's why I said that. But thank you for that follow. Let's see. What could we do? Who could we do? Hmm. Yeah, get fucked. They've been doing it for months. Okay, wait. They're a group that exploited the MC code to find paste server. Apparently been doing it for months. Get fucked. Please send an unbanned request if you're nice because your username is not nice. Actually, yeah, you know what? We're just gonna end stream. We're not gonna raid out because this is some funky shit. Um, yeah, your username's weird. I'm sorry if you get that quite often, but I turned phone on earlier. Okay. Hi, Absolute Trash. When they were briefing. Okay. Um, I'm gonna end stream right now. There's something weird going on, and I don't want to talk about it to the point where it's like bringing too much attention to the people that don't deserve it. Um, I don't know what other. I don't have like another game ready. This just happened out of the blue, but I think somebody did something dirty and griefed my shit. So I'm trying to be pretty flat about it. But quite frankly, I'm drinking a Truly for a reason. Because I'm truly pissed. But, oh, excuse me. Saturday, I will be playing a different game. I think it was my choice. I'm gonna try and get the back rooms. Maybe do some of that. I don't know. Maybe some Stardew Valley. Who knows? But yeah, I'm gonna end stream because there's weird things happening. I'm not gonna rate out because I don't know. I don't want what happened to me happen to somebody else, unfortunately. Um, But yeah, Saturday I will see you guys. I don't know what I'm gonna be playing. That's up in the air because I didn't get called into work per se, but it was just like a choice to like go and go in. So maybe I'll see what's gonna happen tomorrow. So if they want me to be there Saturday or not. Because it was a choice. Like I can say yes or no. It's not like you need to be here right now. You need to come in. Let's see. I didn't get anything else today. That's a weird username. Yeah, okay. We're just gonna end stream. Like I said, I will see you guys on Saturday for my choice. We'll figure out what it is. Maybe we'll do some, crowd control with some Skyrim or something. But other than that, thank you guys for being here. Thank you to those who are actually, really nice and not mean, stinky people. Thank you, Armageddon, for the 100 biddies, Little Ash, and Denim Blonde for the raids.